Hello, good morning. Let's see. Just doing my little dance, my little sharing dance. Let's see. There we go. Share, copy. Boop. View. Cool, and then on Slack, links. Okay. So yesterday we actually built a proof of concept, and it's really amazeballs. So we are actually going to ship it. So we're having a session later today, where we're just going to take one more check for the backend piece of this, to see if it's okay to ship it. But most likely it is. And what we need to do now, we just need to prep the branch where we implemented the client part of this. I think it's this one. Is it this one? Yeah. So I think we can just create a PR. Oh yeah. Yeah, exactly. Because now it's not behind. Okay, so we should do a tiny bit of cleanup here. Let's do that first. So first we're going to, we have something we call, is it in debug? Where do we have this experimental feature flags? Yeah, seamless branching. So we can remove seamless branching like so. And let's just run the type checker. Oh, here we are. Get up here. Oh, it's so nice to have the new links. V2, yeah, pm type check. I'm a little bit tired today. I'm not sure why. I think it's like, it's not because of last night, it was because of the night before. Yeah, but we should be good. It's not a very hectic day. It's just, let's see. We're talking about how you can move from these new cloud sandboxes to a repo. And then, yeah, the meeting to, if we're going to ship the seamless branch. And then, yeah, there's a discussion on trials, which is a new concept. Oh, we have a few errors. Oh, look at this, it's working. So do we actually use... Yeah, so the thing now is that if you actively click branch, we'll run the we'll do a normal branching. So maybe that's something we can improve. But the point is that you shouldn't really click that branch button at all. And I think changing the behavior, like that should have the same behavior, that button. So we'll argue that's the best way to go. And what you're complaining? Oh, yeah, we don't have this changing connection anymore. Oh my god, look at this. I love just clicking that thing and then... Oh yeah, we have some... This is nice. This cleans it up really nicely. Was this primary CTA? Cool. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so I think what happens is that it's not able... If I move this a little bit now... Oh, interesting. It wasn't able to identify this one. Let's fix that. Let's just immediately fix that. We got the time. Now that we have tests. I don't think it allows dash, maybe, in the name for some reason, which is really weird, but okay. Let's just open a terminal here. CodeSandbox, source, environment interface. This is the terminal. Index test. With dash. Hello. Yeah, let's just try that. And then v2 pm tests. What was it? Paths and links add-on. Index test TS. To include this. And that should fail. Yeah, it does. Okay, great. So let's figure out why this one doesn't work. So there has to be something in the... Oh yeah, exactly. So we can have... We can have a dash in a file name. That's allowed. I guess we kind of... Do we have to... No, we don't have to do that. And there it works. That's all. Great PR. There's probably something else we also need to... Like, you... Yeah. Allow dashes in... file paths. In file path. In terminal. Detect. Make path with dashes clickable in terminal. Simple fix. And this is what I like. Right now, we were working on a branch and I saw a bug. I could just jump into another tab, fix it immediately, and then we'll just move back and continue our work. Cool. And then I guess we'll just have to manually open this for now. Test index. Yeah, we don't have change connection anymore. And we don't have change connection anymore. Or changing connection. And sidekick. I'm not sure if this is an actual error. I think it's just because we haven't built on main. So we should do that. So let's clean up experiment. And let's go and fix that as well. Applications. Let's just close and stop the preview, and let's run. Yeah, let's just close and stop everything here, and then we're going to run the install dependencies, and then we're going to run the build, and then we're going to restart the build workspace, restart the processes. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, I'm so tired. Oh my god. And it's like raining outside, and oh, I look tired as well. Oh, god damn it. I'm so pumped for the seamless branch. Like, every time we're going to do something new, we'll just go. I'm just going to click this link and then just start coding. It's going to be freaking awesome. Oh my god. Like, we are generally making improvements to the branching speed. But we're making all efforts to make that like a super seamless experience. Wow, that took a long time. Let's about this PR, I guess we can link. Closes. This implements seamless branching as part of Picture Client. The /instance API used by Picture Client will return a draft branch on certain can now return a draft branch as a result, as part of the result. This currently happens on protected branches you have write access to. Immediately we create a connection to this draft branch behind the scenes. When do we actually flip the connection? Oh, wait a minute. I think we actually changed the connection immediately now. Okay, let's make it a draft. Okay, we need to fix that. Immediately we create a connection to this behind the scenes. Yeah, let's draft it. I think, oh. Oops, I forgot to remove this. Let's commit and push. Yes, I forgot about that. Close all tabs. Let's take a look at that. Because the flipping of the connection should really be... where are we? Oh yes, sorry. It's here. Commands, no. Environment interface, picture, browser. This is where we have the logic currently. Yeah, and it's not part of as interface part of the picture environment interface. The reason is that we should be able to make this a first-class concept of picture client, but we need to explore a bit more first. The instance API is used now return as part of this current assumption. You have right access. Okay. So what we're doing now is, if we look here, when we create a new picture client, we have connected. Here we have it, and we should comment this. Create optimistic connection to the returned draft branch, if any. So what we're doing now, we're basically just... Oh yes, sorry. We actually... Yeah, sorry. So we only do it when we actually... Can I check if it is disposed? No. One thing I'm a little bit concerned about is that when we actually do I think we actually need to have an additional check here. Because what happens is that even though we dispose of this request listener, like what we're doing is that we're iterating the current queue. Let's look at how does that actually work. I'm just concerned that if we dispose here, it will still call this callback. And it might actually do that. Let's see. Where do we have this? This is in the... Oh my god, I'm so tired. Whew. Where did we put that? Receive message. Was it in the picture client message handler? Yeah. Yeah, await connection change queue. Oh yeah, we put it all the way in the front there. What do we call it? Change connection. Yes, we're looking at each message. Wait a minute, how will this work? No, yeah, sorry, no, that can't happen. It's safe because like we're not synchronously adding requests. That's always async. There's no way you can synchronously add requests. No. Yes, so that's fine. Create optimism to the current, if any, and then yeah, so everything's good here. Well, not everything, but let's continue writing this. The instance API used by Picture Connect now return. can now return a draft branch. The implementation will now listen for, given that we get a draft branch, the implementation will listen for specific requests to picture and trigger the implementation will immediately prepare a connection for the draft branch. It will also listen for specific requests to picture, which will trigger. Yeah, what's interesting is that we don't actually need to queue the requests anymore. God damn it. So here we, as you can see, like immediately when we identify that event, we stop listening to requests and we change the connection. But I think this should still be the mechanism. Even though we'll always flip it on the first request. It's interesting because we don't actually know if this connection is connected yet. Yeah, I think we need to change this. So yeah, I don't think we should do it like this. I think we should move this. We're rather going to do, let's see, connection on connecting. Then we'll, God damn it, I hate all these salespeople calling me. So when it's actually connected, then we stop the request listener and we change the connection. But the point is that we might not have gotten any requests yet. So that means we should not change the connection. So I think we need to say as well. What we can do is this is interesting. How should we deal with this? So there are two things that can happen. You might be connected on the new branch before we've triggered any requests, or you might trigger requests before we have connected. So we need to know if we have any waiting connection. So we need to check here. So this can happen in two different cases. So we'll need to create a function here, change connection. That does the change of the connection, and we only do this if client, I don't think we have access to this. did we? Oh yeah, we didn't expose that on the actual client. Okay, so we basically need to, we can just do as waiting requests false. So we'll dispose. No, I don't think we should dispose of it here. So if has waiting requests, then we'll change the connection. Yeah, we can dispose of it. But we should, oh yeah, sorry. So if we have waiting requests, we'll dispose of the listener and we'll change the connection. If, and here we check if connection is connected, then we'll do the same. Oh, I think I have to lie down. I'm so tired. It's I'm almost falling asleep here. So, because the thing is, like, even though we are connected, we still need to wait connection change on this. Yeah, and this should of course only happen if it's one of those. Okay, so what happens here is that in one scenario, we're opening the main branch, we're making these requests, and we're waiting the connection change because the connection, we don't know if it's connected or not. But if it happens that during this request, we were actually connected, we'll dispose of this request listener and we'll change the connection. In the other scenario, we actually got connected, but we don't have any waiting requests yet. And then nothing happens. So whenever we get in here and we have a request, it will do the thing and it sees that it's disconnected and it does the change connection. But if for some reason we already have a request where we were not connected yet, and then suddenly we're connected, we'll see that. Again, we'll dispose of the request listener because we don't want to do this logic anymore, and we change the connection. Yes, this is how it should work. Of course, we need to test this. And let's run the type checker again. When was my first session? Yeah, this one was canceled. Yeah, so it's 11:30. I think I need to... in 2 files. Oh yeah, we don't have changing connection anymore. Yeah, and then it was that one. But I don't think that's an actual error. Fix erase condition with connect. Okay, let's just commit that. Oh my god, so tired. What the hell? I slept 6 7 hours at least last night. It should be enough. Yeah, as I said, it might be from the... Let's see, let's open that. Let's just see if it still works. It will also listen first. Now it will flip the connection when it is ready. Whenever the connection is ready and we have a request, that should lead to the connection change, which is file document operation, fs operation, or file save. Open preview, open the test sandbox in the preview on main. Make a code change and see if it changes branch. Go back to main. Also try to save. Go back to main and rather add a file. It's still failing. Okay. What's it complaining about? Is it complaining about project editor? Yeah. Why didn't that pop up here? Oh, sorry. Oh, there were more errors here. Oh, that's hopeless. What was this? Why is that one complaining? Oh yeah, it was the same thing. Okay, so so let's see what. Let's just check if it works. Oh, it doesn't seem to be deployed. Oh, it was. God damn it, and it didn't work. What did I do? I fucking broke it. What the hell? It was so obvious logic. How did I manage to do that? If what the fuck is happening there? How did I manage to break that? That's impressive. Seriously? There we go. Okay. Well, why doesn't it flip the connection? Oh, fuck, I didn't... No, wait, this is in... Wait, I'm very confused by this. Did I break it? There's something bad happening. Oh, fuck. Wait, did I write my stand-up? Oh, no. Highlights from yesterday. Made a PLC of... plan today. Explore moving from CodeSandbox to repository. What the fuck? There's something really bad happening in our development environment. Yeah. So we're not able to get much further until DevOps has taken a look at this. So I'm just going to take my nap, close my eyes for 30 minutes and see how I feel. Let's see. Do I have a nap? Let's see. Is it like a blanket kind of emoji? Blanket. No. Pillow, I guess, is there. What? Don't they have a pillow? Oh, what the fuck? No, have I been talking muted all this time? Wait, what the fuck? When did I mute? Oh, wait, there's something I'm doing. It creates a new scene. I think I'm clicking something and it creates a new scene and then I'm muted. Like, where is this scene coming from? Delete that scene. Wait a minute. What the hell is going on here? No, so I wanted to add short nap. Yeah, I wonder what I'm clicking. Short nap and then bed emoji. Adding that. Yeah, now I'm on the same scene. It's weird. There's some shortcut I'm doing that creates a new empty scene, and I'm not sure what does it. It's like T. Oh, no. Oh yeah, that's turning it on and off. Yeah, no idea how that happens. Anyways, hopefully that was just when I messed around with this. It should be, because I had the full. Yeah, no matter. I'll be back. Yeah, 30. Thanks, Henry. Yeah, I wonder if I can. Oh yeah, there's a lock. There's a lock on the scene. Okay, I've locked the default scene now. So that's great. Okay, cool. I'll be back in 15 minutes maybe. Yeah, cool. See you soon. Hello. Oh, I forgot my glasses. Yeah, it kind of. I haven't gotten any response. Why these are failing? Maybe people aren't in yet. Like I can't do anything with this. Oh, all checks are good now at least. Yeah, like I have to test this before I open up the PR. But at least it's running okay. And we can link to it here. So what we can do is that we have something else that I need to prep. We're having, we're looking at trials later today. Trials, and there should be a project on that. I have to get an overview of what this means. And team versus trial mode discovery, backend documentation, trials. I don't know. I'm trying to understand what I'm not sure how to. There's supposed to be some new endpoints that has some new flags. But I have no idea which endpoints. I think maybe I need to book a session with someone. Because there's no like, yeah, no, I have no idea. Okay, let's see if we can find some time with. Well, we do have some time with Sanne later. Let's just edit. Plus trials. Yeah, well, I'll just ask. That's better. Yeah, because in the editor we need to. We're supposed to consume if you're on a trial, and there are certain things we want to highlight if you're on a trial. But I need to know where these flags are. So then we're going to discuss exactly how we what's to exposed in the UI related to that later today. Yeah, but god damn it, I'm really upset that I'm not able to move on with this. Aren't people? Maybe we can try. It might be the sandbox. Sorry, the project itself. So if we go to sandbox applications, you might be able to open it there. and test it. No. Okay, it's all broken. Like we have some IO issues on stream. So like if one of these VMs gets stuck, it blocks everything. And we need to fix that because we're using stream to test things. So yeah, but I think I'm going to take the opportunity to just have lunch and play No Man's Sky, and then hopefully I've gotten some help from DevOps to get these stream VMs to run again, so we can actually test the seamless branch and make that PR official. Yes. Cool. I'll do that. That's the plan. Sorry, this isn't much of a fun stream, but you know, when you're blocked, you're blocked. Oh, so locking the scene, I can't. Okay. I just want to avoid creating new scenes. Oh well. Having some lunch. And this counter. How do I change the counter? There we go. So I'll be gone for, I think I'll be gone for 45 minutes this time. Well, it depends. Thanks, Henry. Let's see, 45 minutes. Boop. Okay, see you soon. All right. We are back. I actually think I have... No, it's in 30 minutes. Okay, great. Yeah, so I got feedback. We should be okay now. So we can actually test this thing. I got some cake. And no, CodeSandbox is cloud. So you can't really do Android and iOS. It requires local environments, which I think, yeah, it's interesting. Like you can say a lot of things about what the hell, wasn't it fixed? A lot of things about web, but there are some fundamental things about web applications. One of them being developing on the web itself. As far as I know, I don't know if you can actually develop Android and but wasn't this fixed? It was supposed to be fixed. Weird. Oh my god. Cake. Our daughter had her birthday this weekend. We have cake leftovers. Oh. I'll try to restart it. Yeah, we have an issue with snapshotting. It just happens a lot more. It's an actual thing that needs to be fixed also for production, but it's just reproduced a lot quicker. On stream. Well, yeah, it's only for read unprotected. Yeah. Yeah, it's still not working. Ah, this is so annoying. Oh my god, No Man's Sky. I tried it since the very first version, but I quickly kind of fell off. But this latest version, I'm freaking hooked. It's awesome. They're just nailing it with like the introduction. I don't like games where you have to figure out everything by yourself. Like I like that you have to figure stuff out, but there's like a threshold, and they kind of nail that threshold. At least for me. Oh, well, that's a good vibes quote. Thanks for the feedback. Yeah, that's awesome to hear. And that's kind of what we're trying to like our like vision is that it's only you and code. Well, you and optionally your team and the code. You don't even, one thing is thinking about hardware. Well, we don't want you to think about the development environment at all. We just want you to code, because that's the fun part, right? And there's of course a long way to go there. And it's not about like making opinions in terms of, yeah, you have to use this database and everything's going to be drag and drop. It's not about that. It's just removing all this low-level development environment stuff that's just horrible to deal with. And the cool thing is that when you do this on a cloud platform that we have, your project becomes its own thing. It's not you and your personal development environment where you try to shove projects into it. It's like the project becomes its development environment. So when you visit the project to work on it, everything is set up for that project. And it's the same for everyone. So that doesn't mean like you can't have like a theme or something like that, but when it comes to the actual development environment, it's not like you have suddenly your own cached version of something or missing installed dependencies and like all that shit. It's just, you just go to URL and you code. That's what you want, at least what I want. With this seamless branching, we're kind of taking a step. That's what I mean. Like with Git, you have to go and fetch main, then branch out to do some work. But now you can just go to main and start coding, which is conceptually what you want to do. You just want to visit the latest state of your code and make changes to it. And then Git just becomes this tool under the hood that you're not even aware that it's branching out. For you conceptually, it's just making a change to the code. I'm super pumped exploring all that stuff. And it's tricky because developers don't like when we create abstractions on top of the basically create abstractions on development flow. But it's so, like, if you compare that to everything else in the world, like, it's very conservative to think that we shouldn't create more abstractions and make things simpler. Like, so don't use Git then. Like, manually copy paste and don't code in JavaScript. Code in like lower level languages. Like, there's a reason why we create these abstractions. It's because we're way more efficient. Let's see. I'm getting feedback. There's still some issues, so but it's being worked on. So I'll just eat my cake in the meantime. Let's turn on some music. I always need my music. Wow. I'm just sitting here thinking about No Man's Sky. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Okay, while we're waiting for that, let's play around with something. I'm working on this demo. Which explores this concept of extensions for CodeSandbox. And I know this is going to be a thing at some point. I feel it in my stomach. So what I'm going to introduce here is we have something called this extensions client. And currently it's about opening files, changing the file contents, and when we focus a file. And then we are going to add another thing here. We're going to so what we're going to do is that we have this Monaco thing that asks for diagnostics. And I don't think, yeah, it asks for diagnostics. So we need to go and grab, so we need a concept of diagnostics inside this extensions client. And the way it works is that a diagnostic resource just gives diagnostics with a key. So for example, ESLint, the key is ESLint. And what we're going to do is keep a map for every file with their diagnostics. So the way this will work is, let's see, let's make this a bit more clear. So we would have the diagnostics would be like we have a map of or a record where the key is the path to the file. Yeah, and then or the CUID maybe. Yeah, let's use the CUID. And then the value of that needs to actually be another map where we use the diagnostic source, and then the array there holds the actual diagnostics. And then whenever we return diagnostics from the extensions client, we just mush it all together. So let's just call it diagnostics. And we are going to say we have a record of CUID and a record of string and a diagnostic result. Now, the tricky thing is, what is, do we have diagnostic? I think we have something in our own from TypeScript. Yeah, no. So the question is, what format should we have these diagnostics in? And I believe, let's just do this for now. I believe in Monaco, if we take a look inside our services, is in the model service, isn't it here? No, language client, diagnostics. Yeah, so we have language server protocol. So yeah, as diagnostics. So this would be language server protocol to Monaco, and we want it in the, where's the diagnostic coming from? Okay, so we're going to use this inside our extensions client. I think we have to actually install it. VS Code language server protocol. So yeah, this is pm add VS Code language server protocol. So now we can say that we want actually an array of diagnostic results in the format of the language server, VS Code language server protocol. That's just how we do it. Huh? Has no. You sure about that? Let's try restarting the. Pretty sure it has it, because it had it in the other thing. That's weird. Has no exported member diagnostic. As if we. That's weird. Where do we have that? No. Import type diagnostic. Here it works just fine. Is it the version? What the hell? So, what the fuck? I'm confused. Language server protocol 3. Oh. Do we need this as well? Oh, maybe we just. I just need the types. Can I import directly from the types? Or does that actually... Okay, let's try. I really just need the types. I don't need the protocol itself. There we go. But VS Code language server types. Can I just import from types? Oh, okay. I just need types, I think. Cool. So now we have the diagnostics, and what we're going to do is be able to extract those diagnostics. Get diagnostics, and this will and it will ask for a CUID. And the question is, should it throw if it can't find any diagnostics, or should it just return an empty array? Let's try with an empty array first. If no, this diagnostic CUID. Oops. Return empty array. But if we do have those diagnostics, what we want to do is how we want to do this. guess we just want to return object values. And then concatenate them. So I think we just want to do this. That should concatenate all the diagnostics, because even though we have that key there, that actually each diagnostic item in the array also holds like the source. So this is just a way for us to, like, for example, if you were to restart an extension or something like that, it will be able to like tell it to clear out the diagnostics, or for some other reason clear out the diagnostics. So that allows us to yeah, okay, so now we have a way to get diagnostics. So this will be used by the clients. In this case, Monaco is being used to grab these diagnostics. But we also need wait, we are not. Yes, sorry. Yeah, it's not get diagnostics. It's going to be an event emitter, of course. So whenever we add diagnostics, we are going to emit an event for that file or that CUID. Yeah, sorry. So we're going to say private on diagnostics emitter, and that would be diagnostic. Well, we need a CUID as well, so it will need to be ID CUID diagnostics. On diagnostics. Cool. So we need actually the public thing is add. Wait a minute. So message message from extension is God damn it. Diagnostics, and ID would be a CUID, and then diagnostics would be an array of diagnostics in the VS Code language server format. And I think we should have the source as well. Yes, we need the source because this might be empty and we still need to know the source of it. So now we can get, we can check what kind of message it is. And in the case of diagnostics, we are going to do our internal this.update diagnostics, and that would be message return up. Yeah, so this would be considered an internal message from extension. That's actually an internal. Yeah, that's considered an internal event. So we'll do that instead. And then we have, let's just do this private update diagnostics, and then we'll have diagnostics message. Since we're reusing that. Let's see. So now we're going to say CID source diagnostics. So we're going to say this dot diagnostics Yeah, having some issues with stream. It sucks. So we're going to say this diagnostics. So we have to say all diagnostics would be, if not all diagnostic. This is so tricky with TypeScript. We kind of have to do this. And then we have to say so that we're guaranteed that this is defined. And then we say all diagnostics for file. Source equals diagnostics. Not sure why this is so angry. Oh, it's ID, isn't it? So we set those diagnostics, and then we go and grab. Oh yeah, that's a nice thing now. We don't actually have to do any of this. We are just going to say wait a minute. Yeah, so we are going to grab all values from diagnostics. We're going to do that, but that's going to be, yeah, all diagnostics for file. So we would say this dot diagnostics emitter fire, where the ID, then the diagnostics would be this, not fitter, fire. Doesn't this work? Wait a minute, can I just flatten it? Maybe that's what I want to do. There we go. Yeah, we just take all the diagnostics for that file and we flatten it. So if there are multiple sources, yeah, so let's move this up a little bit. I'm so looking forward to seeing this in action. So what I'm actually building here, I'm not able to open it, but currently because of the staging issue. But I have an extension running where ESLint is running server side, giving JSON output to the extension client running inside the editor, just like the terminal is running here. It's running as the extension is running like that. And then it gets JSON data based on like all the linting, the full linting stage of the project. But then we, in that extension, we also run ESLint in the browser, where the extension host or extension client here is giving data about the current file into that extension, and it lints in the browser. So it's like immediate response on Diagnostics when you type in the editor. And then you still have the JSON response, which gives you full linting overview of the project. And then we can combine these two sets of data in an actual UI. Like, it's so much more powerful than a terminal. So yeah, I'm super pumped to demo that, because it really shows the power of this extensions concept. But yeah, we need stream. Oh, I have a session in 2 minutes. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that session. No, I'll ask them to join the stream, I think. Or can I only have one person on the stream? I wonder if I can share like a Zoom session on the stream. Let's check. Ecamm share Zoom. Yeah, using Ecamm Live. Use Ecamm Live's virtual camera. Important to ensure you have the latest as some earlier version did. Ecamm Live's version. So, okay, let's try starting a Zoom session. Well, can't I just have my Zoom session here? Yeah, it's just that I'm not sharing my system audio. So if I share my system audio, you should be able to, this should just work, shouldn't it? We'll try it. Participants.
Hey Christian, I got your link. I'll be joining on Zoom.
Yeah, great. Yeah, this is gonna be fun. Like, if this works, yeah, and maybe I can just, oh, this is interesting. So if I close down.
Hello.
Hello, JK. You're, by the way, you're on the stream. Just so you know.
This is live streaming.
I haven't tried. I'm just like, yeah, this is the first time using Zoom. So we'll see how it goes. I'm just going to check to see if we actually 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 check to see. Oh, we actually check to see. Oh, we actually check to see. Oh, yeah, there's something weird going on. Oh, yeah, there's something weird going on. Oh, is it just a? Oh no, now it's good. I think.
Okay.
I think it might be like duplicating. Yeah, until I check my own audio.
YouTube share any setup for people to live stream or?
Yeah, that's a good question. I guess I'm the only one who's been doing it. But I've been exploring a little bit because Ace, he uses StreamYard when he does the streaming, like the official streaming for CodeSandbox. And I wanted it to be like in 4K and everything, so I'm using something called Ecamm, which is really awesome, but I'm paying for it. So yeah. Have you done any streaming?
No.
So we're kind of trying this thing where one of our values is to be transparent. So just sharing whatever we're doing in any normal day is kind of, we're seeing how people respond to that. Oh, by the way, we got a really nice feedback from, I want to share. Sun is coming shortly.
Okay.
By the way. Let's see. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I guess one thing that's a little bit weird is if I rather do this camera. Yeah, wait a minute. Because now if I share my screen, well, I guess it's the same. Yeah, we'll try this. We'll try, see how it works. Hello, Sanna.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. We're on the stream again.
Okay, good. Thank you for that warning.
Yeah, sorry. I'm trying with Zoom. I haven't tried that before. But yeah, it's like 11:30, so I assumed you were, what's it called?
Decent.
Decent, yes, that's the word.
I mean, generally speaking, if I know I have to like be on Zoom, I'm...
yeah, exactly.
I mean, I may be wearing ridiculous pajama bottoms, but you'll never know. I am, in fact, wearing ridiculous pajama bottoms because they're nice and warm and it's cold in the house.
Have you seen David's coding uniform?
Oh, like the pink like jacket or whatever it is.
Yeah.
It looks so cozy. I'm jealous, honestly.
Yeah, me too. We have
a little helper on stream today.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, we have to get a CodeSandbox version of David's.
CodeSandbox Snuggies.
Snuggie, yes, a Snuggie.
That'd be amazing.
Yeah. So there were two things I hope we were able to cover. It's we have on our plate to be able to go from Cloud Sandbox to a repo efficiently.
Okay.
And then the second thing is I see there's been a lot of work done on trials.
Yes.
And I was wondering if I could ask you, like, what's the new stuff coming out of the which endpoints? I understood there were like 3 new flags or something.
So AJ is the one who's mostly been working on the trial stuff while I was on vacation. So the trial part, it's not yet active because we've done like our part and now it's waiting for back-end implementation, front-end implementation. On our end, it's fairly straightforward. For new Team Pro subscribers, they just automatically get a 14-day trial via Stripe. That's it.
Okay, cool. And then where is that? Talk to Roman. He mentioned there was like a state, like, are you on a trial? Were you on a trial kind of thing? Do you know which endpoints expose that and how it's exposed? I tried to find like the issue describing it, but I couldn't find it.
I don't know. I
can ask AJ later as well.
Yeah, I can find out, but I don't know from the top of my head because I did not work on this.
Cool.
I'm pretty sure that like where it's like, I'm assuming because that's what we get from Stripe, that you know where you have like you have a subscription and then you have like status like active, canceled, whatever.
Yeah.
I think that one can now have a new value trialing. Or like trial. I don't know what it is exactly.
Yeah.
And then you need to treat that as if it means active. But if you want to show any extra banners like, hey, you're on the trial, hooray. But at the point that they're on the trial, they have already given their credit card information because you have to like go through the checkout to get the trial, right? Like like with most things. So I don't even know if the client needs to have, I don't know if we want a different experience for your trialing
Yeah, I think
versus your
it's
actual pass the trial.
yeah.
And I think there's a new field has had trial or something.
Yeah, has had Roman mentioned that. Yeah, because I think there's like I get that's actually what we're basically going to evaluate. Is like, is there anything in the editor where we want to use these flags to highlight something? But that's I guess it's part of the current user then. So the current user has like a subscription property.
It's on Teams.
Oh, on Teams. Okay.
So Personal Pro is not getting a trial. Only Team Pro is getting a trial. And so there's a lot of changes that are going to happen with regards to like repositories and teams and how those get linked. I think it's a little bit too early stages to talk about that on a stream because like we have some ideas, but there's a lot of like details to be ironed out, and I don't want to say stuff and then I don't know, even though like maybe nobody's watching, I don't want to be held to this when it's still very much in progress. So we can talk about that later off stream if you want to know what the current state of that is.
Fair.
Changes are coming.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because we currently don't really have any notion of a team in the editor. So I don't even think we fetch a team in the editor. Okay.
You're gonna have to, because the link between repositories and teams is going to become much more important as we go.
It sounds like
it sounds really ominous, but
it's
just like it's just gonna be it's like a coming October 2023, the teaser trailer. Not real game footage.
Oh, that's amazing. Okay, but
I've watched too many of those stupid game announcements.
Yeah, exactly. They've gotten really professional, by the way. Have you seen some of those?
I haven't been watching them recently. Since Crystal like left the industry, basically, I've not been watching them.
Yeah, but, it's like the production value is like insane. Like they have these amazing sets, and it's all feels very rehearsed and stuff. It's almost like not fun anymore. But
yeah, it's very scripted. It's like those like Apple announcements and stuff. They're also like they're always like super slick.
Yeah.
But you can tell that like the person talking has like rehearsed these exact lines like 10,000 times.
And how they kind of try to, but I love doing this in the game, and I love doing this, and it's so fake. They don't even have to say it. It just shines through.
But I also bet that like even if it was real at some point, and that is legitimately a thing that the speaker really likes, just the fact that it has become part of such a rehearsed speech makes it not believable anymore, even though it's probably, maybe it's actually true.
Yeah.
Anywho.
Yeah, exactly.
Business.
Yeah, okay, but then at least we have some exploration we can do on our side, which is just grabbing the team in the editor, and then we can talk about the other stuff later.
Yeah, that's a good thing to be aware of, that the editor will need to know of the team context that is happening.
Cool. Yes, and then the second thing was, maybe I can just share my screen and we can... where are we? Yeah. So, well, maybe we can just go here. So it's when we create a cloud sandbox, it should be possible to like easily move from this point to a repository. And I know we already have functionality in version 1 for creating a repository.
Yes, but it's kind of buggy.
Okay.
I think I know why it's kind of buggy, but it is it needs polishing and like actually dealing with properly.
But is it
Like,
buggy because it uploads the files of the sandbox, or is it buggy because of the actual creation of the repo on GitHub, or a combination?
a combination of the two. I
Mhm.
think the biggest problem is that sometimes the repository on GitHub doesn't get initialized properly,
Oh,
and then you can't push files to it because it's an empty. It
yeah,
doesn't have like an initial commit, and then
yeah,
you can't like upload the files. I think that's the biggest issue.
yeah.
So it definitely needs a little bit of work.
Hmm.
And we also, I think we need to split it out because I think right now the V1 create repository endpoint does creating the repository and creating that initial commit with the files.
Yeah, exactly.
But I think you only need to create the repository and get the remote, and then Pitcher does the actual file
Exactly.
shenanigans, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That shouldn't be too hard. I think that assuming that we can figure out when it creates a weird empty repository that it's upset about.
Mm-hmm.
But I actually think if you do the commits with actual Git, that might not be a problem the way it is when you do the way it is when you do it via the API. I'm not sure.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I would be surprised if because there are basically two options. It's I guess then we really need a new endpoint that only does the creation of the repo and then returns like the upstream or whatever. And then the remote. Or we can actually like perform like we can do a curl call in Pitcher, but then it's so much more tricky and fragile. And I guess no matter you want to actually add that new repository immediately as
yeah, exactly. I also want to make it then from a sandbox a repository on our end and like use that like categories. And in general, like GitHub API calls, just because of like rate limiting and caching and yada yada yada, have to happen by the API server. No sneaky curl requests to the GitHub API, please and thank you.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Okay.
That implementation is mine. I'm not happy about it, but it is.
Yeah, exactly. But it makes a lot of sense. Okay.
But the basic logic there is already in place, so that shouldn't be too much work on our end.
Yeah. And then we get where the repository is. And then like the idea is that what we could do is that we could just redirect you. Well, we can't just redirect. Well, what we could do is like, so one option is like we get the response from the API, the repo is created. We tell Pitcher to, I guess it doesn't matter. Like we want to use the same VM. We don't really want to change VMs because we have all the files there. We just need to push them to remote. But still we want to change the URL. So
does Pitcher care if something is a sandbox or a repository?
Currently it does not. It's just like the Pitcher agent in front of Pitcher that does different logic based on it being a sandbox, or like the initialization is different. But at this point we're already initialized and we can basically do whatever we want.
Because what I could do, because I could basically reuse I'm just thinking out loud. So I get this endpoint, I get like create repo. Let's call it create repo, and it gives me a sandbox short ID. A sandbox short ID, and obviously a name. Like the user, I guess, can put in a name for their repo.
Yes.
In principle, it will be created in their personal team, their personal GitHub account, or let's start with like personal GitHub account. Organizations are a whole different ballgame, and also
Yep.
related to like the team's structure. So let's start with personal, so we don't get confused. So what the API then, in my brain, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna call the GitHub API and says, hey, create a new repository for this user with this name. And I'm not gonna like give it any files or whatever. I do think there is like an initialize parameter that I think I need to set, so it's like not like empty, but I have to look at that. I don't remember.
Cool. Yeah.
So then GitHub's going to tell me, okay, here's the deeds of this repository. That's fine. And then what I'm going to do is I need to make from this sandbox, create a repository on our end. But my thought was to use the short ID and therefore the VM of that sandbox to become the default branch of the new repo.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yes.
But then that does mean that Picture Manager or whatever will have to be able to deal with me saying, because first I did start sandbox instance with this short ID, and now I'm gonna say start regular instance with this sandbox with this ID.
Yeah.
So Picture Manager needs to be able to handle me saying, hey, I started this as a sandbox, but it's not a sandbox, it's a branch now, it's a repo.
Yeah.
So I don't know so that's a Picture Manager thing that needs to happen there.
You know what I think, at least in the first iteration, what I think we should do is, so what we could do is like we get this remote back so we know where to push the current files.
Yeah.
So we could just do that on the sandbox VM. We just say, okay, take these files, push it to GitHub, and then we redirect you to the GitHub URL, which means that you actually get a new VM. But that VM is actually started as a branch and it works just as normal.
Yeah,
it's not as seamless, but
it's not seamless. It's not that fast, but
at least everything works. Or we'll need, like that's so typical. When you want to make things seamless, you have to. There's like another scenario in Picture Agent now.
I can obviously same way we do now when we create a branch. Like, because when you import a repository, we always import the default branch as well.
Yeah.
But we can always just in the background, like we do in many cases, just already fire off a start instance.
Yeah.
But the thing is, then I'm gonna fire it off when the repo is still empty.
Yeah, but that's okay, because when we connect to it, it will fetch immediately. So when you move there, it should have the contents. Like we have to see exactly how the experience is, but so there could be a scenario because we push it and then we redirect, and then when we enter the new branch VM, it should like immediately, maybe the files are already there or they will be there very, very shortly.
Yeah.
So we'll have to check that. But it's a good idea that the API can already prepare that new VM because the repo is ready.
Because that's kind of what we do in most calls anyway.
Yeah.
We just fire off like a fire and forget async.
Yeah.
We just say, hey, start this already. And then when the client calls start instance explicitly, most of the time, it's actually already started, so it's really fast.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so the one thing I don't like about this is that we have to... I don't like the idea that Picture has a first-class concept of like pushing the current files to some remote and then it's just going to forget about everything. It would be nice if we can just run a command on Picture from the client, which is also maybe a little bit weird.
I'm not sure what you mean.
Like what should trigger? So we have the remote and we need to push files to this remote. who decides that should happen? Should the client send a command to Pitcher to do this, but then the responsibility of this is in the client? So if we wanted to do something similar somewhere else, you would have to like re-implement that in the client.
Yeah.
But it's kind of weird that the API talks to like so the alternative would be that the API is responsible for this. Like it sends a message to Pitcher Manager, which sends a message to Pitcher, where Pitcher like internally pushes the files and even responds to the API that I've done my work now. So when the API responds to the client knows that when that repo has been created, all the files has already been pushed and everything's like ready to run. But that's more implementation.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, I see what you mean. It would be nice if, I guess the API, but couldn't the API, I mean, that means we'd need like a Pitcher Manager endpoint, but I feel like the API I could tell Pitcher Manager, say, hey, this sandbox is going to become this repo. Can you please push the files from the VM with this ID to this remote?
Yeah.
And then I can await that, and I wait for that.
Yeah.
And then you know that that means that the API will have to probably wait a reasonable amount of time. But then the client that does know that by the time you get my response, it'll be there.
And it's just a redirect. Just go to this new place. It doesn't have to orchestrate anything. I really like that, because then we're not tied to any logic in the client to make that thing work. And we kind of did, like looking at how renaming works currently, like when you rename a branch now, that's orchestrated by the client. It first talks to Pitcher, which does a rename, then talks to the API, which does the rename. And then like that orchestration shouldn't be in the client.
I feel like for most cases, I feel like the flow should be client, API, Pitcher Manager, Pitcher Manager, Pitcher. Exactly. I know that's like a really like roundabout, but that way at least it's just clear what is happening where and like what's the source of truth for like which things.
Yeah. Push files remote.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then
because it has all the information. I just need to give them the ID of the VM that contains the files and the remote of the repository I created. That's all they need, right?
Yeah. And then we can even put that logic in Pitcher Agent. So Pitcher itself doesn't know about this. It's still Pitcher. Like now, Pitcher Agent is the only thing that knows about sandboxes and repositories, and then we can contain that as well, which is nice. Which color should that be? That color. Yeah, and then it just notifies back when it's done doing that, and then the API responds, and all is good in the world. So the only thing this really needs is the owner repo, and it doesn't really need a branch even. But we can. Yeah. Okay, so as a summary, the client wants to move a sandbox to a repo. It just calls the API and says, hey, make me a repo out of this. You just send like the name you want it to be, and the API will create that repo on GitHub. It will, on a success response, it will convert that sandbox into a repo where the sandbox becomes the default branch of that repo. It bumps, basically it bumps Pitcher Manager about, hey, please go ahead, just start this maybe we should do that after we've pushed the files even. So like it does this thing of pushing the files first, and after it has pushed the files, it bumps to start a VM for the new repo, and then it responds.
Yeah. This is probably this request, I feel like this could possibly take a while, this request.
Yeah.
Because that's a lot of things and a lot of external API calls, yada, yada, yada.
Yeah, just, oh my God. So one, yeah, let's give it a color. One, no, that's not good enough. Okay, orange. No, let's make it green. 1, 2, God damn it, 3. Then it does the pushy thing, 4, and then it tells picture start repo VM, but that's like lazy, so let's make that dashed. So that's 5, and then 6 is actually just returning the new owner repo and branch for the redirect of the client.
Yes.
So that would be 7. Yeah. That's a few steps, but
easy peasy.
Yeah, easy peasy. But the nice thing about this as well is that like maybe something goes wrong when it tries to push these files to the remote, and then we're still able to notify about that, so the API can like do whatever it wants based on that. But
and Christian, I have a couple of doubts.
yeah,
I understood with once the cycle is complete, a sandbox that is on V1, which has an opinionated setup behind the scenes, converts into an actual put sandbox repository on V2, right?
Yeah. So this is for, where did it go? Did I close it? Oh, sorry. No, here it is. Yeah. So this is only for the sandboxes that are already on V2. Yeah.
V2 or V1?
Yeah, we do. You can, so on V1 you can make a repository out of a sandbox, but the files there are stored in the database.
Okay.
So we already have an endpoint where you can say create a repo out of this version 1 sandbox, and it creates the repo and it takes the files from the database and uploads them using a GitHub API.
Okay.
But in this case, the files are, for V2, the files are on the VM itself. So we have to use normal Git to push remotely.
Okay. So the cycle that we are currently discussing on Excalibur, so this is totally for the V2, to convert an existing repository in V2 or a project in V2 to a GitHub connected repository, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not like we are moving a V1 version of Sandbox into a V2 version of repository.
No.
Okay. Okay. So one more question. So doesn't by default we need GitHub repository for all V2 sandboxes?
Yeah, so so that's a good question. And you, JK, by the way, for anyone on the stream, JK is new in the team, and I am horrible at making assumptions about like knowledge. There's so much context here. So the thing about V2 sandboxes is that they're already initialized with Git. They just don't have a remote. So when we trigger this functionality and the API tells the sandbox VM to like push the files remotely, they're already in Git. It's just that we need to add the remote and push. So everything is Git in V2. It just happens that with sandboxes they don't have a remote, and with repositories they do have a remote. Yeah.
Oh, got it. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a really good question though.
No, I was actually thinking that we are actually doing this cycle. So a V1 version of Sandbox is actually converted into a V2 version of repository. So whatever we have in a disconnected Sandbox is going to be default branch in V2. I thought it's a conversion cycle. We have so V1 is going into V2.
So actually, right now there is a way to go from a V1 sandbox to a V2 repository, because when you go to a V1, if you're working in a V1 sandbox and you click export to GitHub, we
Okay.
send you to
Yeah,
V2.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting phase we're in. Yeah, but that's only for if you already are connected to GitHub, Sanne, or is that for any V1 sandbox you can say export to GitHub?
Yeah, you could do it for any sandbox. I mean, if you haven't connected your GitHub account properly, we will prompt you to do that.
Mm-hmm.
But you could. There's just a little tab on the left. Like there's like the tab with all the thingies. You can click on the little GitHub like icon.
Yeah, and then what's it called?
Like if you, yeah. Like if you just fork this and like make a nice little sandbox. So yeah, if you go to the little GitHub, the one down, that one. See now, if you do that, we need to give it a name. Like so, right here, if you go through this flow.
Meep, mop, moop. Yeah, so now
it'll create the repository. So this API call is a little bit flaky.
Mm-hmm.
It works most of the time, but sometimes it really doesn't.
Okay, so it automatically, so in this case, it uses all the endpoint, it creates the repo, it uploads the files from the database, and then just redirects you to V2 and loads it up as a repository. Yeah.
So to answer the question, yes, you can go from V1 sandbox to a repository, but only by exporting to GitHub.
Yeah.
Because right now we only have GitHub support. The idea is that as we go on, we'll hopefully add GitLab, yada yada yada.
Yeah. So I guess like the reason we need to do this implementation is because the files doesn't exist in the database in a V2 sandbox. They exist in a locally Git initialized repo on the VM. So we need to get those files to GitHub somehow. Yeah.
I have one more small question. So if the files currently are only on VM on the fly, like locally initialized Git, but doesn't that when VM closes off, we lose connection with the files and we might lose the progress, or we keep a record in the DB as well?
Yes, good question. So we have a concept of persistence on the VMs. So there's actually a folder on the VM called persisted. I think that's the name of the folder. So whatever we put inside that folder, that will be persisted across hibernation and shutdown and everything. So we do this kind of cool trick where when you start a sandbox VM, we actually run git init inside the persistence folder, and then we mount that folder inside the actual sandbox folder. So what happens is that we just stage files in an interval, and we also stage files and commit them when it hibernates. So we only need to stage for it to actually be persisted, but we do this commit during hibernation to kind of create these snapshots of work, so that the idea is later that in a sandbox you can actually move back in time as kind of a timeline thing. So you can kind of, what did I do yesterday kind of thing, or what did I do a week ago? And that would just be commits, really.
Okay.
Yeah. And also the cool thing about that is that if the user tries to interact with Git in the terminal, they aren't actually like, they're able to like run git status and stuff, but they can't actually make commits because they don't have write access to the persistence folder, which is kind of nice, because we don't want to expose to people that Sandboxes has Git. It's more of a technical decision, so we are kind of hiding it as much as possible. But technically, they are running on Git, so yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, we can also talk a lot more about that, exactly how that works. So
Sure.
cool. But okay, this is great. I can create a linear issue on this one, but how do you have some sense already how much time you think this would take?
I think this is a decent chunk of work.
Yeah.
We have our planning this afternoon, so I can discuss it with like AJ and Julien. I think it's a decent chunk of work, but I also think we don't have that many other things on our plate right now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm working on the archiving of the VMs, so I might pass this one on to either AJ or Julien. I'll see who has time to pick it up. But unless Roman has some surprises for us this afternoon, I think we have space to pick this up this week or next.
Yeah. Yep. I'm going to challenge the team a little bit on the is the juice worth the squeeze kind of thing here, because it's not very often that people will do this, and like in the phase we're in, I think we can spend our efforts more fruitfully somewhere else, because it's a lot of work for a very rarely used functionality.
That's another question. Is it worth it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm trying to think about like a shortcut here. Like maybe we could just go and download all the files from the VM and upload them to the version 1 API.
That's what so the option, the V1 API takes the files from the database.
Mm-hmm.
But actually that might actually just work, because what is in the database is the initial data that the VM got. So it should be possible if I create the repo with the initial files, that then Pitcher has all these other commits, but those stack nicely on top of what I got from the database, because that is what Pitcher started from anyway. Do you see what I'm trying to say? I'm not being very clear. Maybe we can reuse the V1 API to create the repository and upload the files from the database, which is like the initial commit, which is the starting point.
Yeah.
And then the commits that live in the VM can all just be pushed.
But there's actually no guarantee that the files in the database are the same, because we changed the template on V2 directly. Yeah. So for example, one of the templates initially had like a sandbox.config file or something that we just removed directly on the template VM.
Okay. So, that's inconvenient.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, it does make sense. So, yeah, and also like with the idea of you could just go and grab all the files in the VM, because the sandbox is very small, and you could just like mass update them to the API first, and then you would just use the old V1 endpoint to create. Yeah. But does the what's it called, the is it M update or something?
Mupdate. Yeah, Mupdate.
Does it take binary files, the Mupdate?
I believe it does. I believe they need to be base 64 encoded, but I believe it does.
Cool.
But don't take my word on that. Let me check that.
Yeah, that would be an insane shortcut, because then we just yeah, the client just says, give me all the files, update to version 1, and then do the same create repo.
The only thing, so then I do think that the main thing we need to do is iron out the flakiness in the V1 endpoint.
Yeah.
That is then the biggest thing, because it's just flaky enough to be really annoying. Let me see.
But were you able to see if update supported binary?
That's what I'm looking right now. I had to open my editor because I just had meetings so far this morning. Updates. Mass updates. Oh, stupid, my language server keeps being really annoying. Mass updates. I'll have to look at this a little bit in more detail. I don't see why it wouldn't. I don't see why it wouldn't, but I also don't see anything. I don't see anything specific. I don't see anything specific that disallows it, but I also don't see any specific like accommodations for it.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm pretty sure it works as long as it's base 64 encoded, because that's how we store it.
Yeah.
I
know there's like some file uploads. Yeah, and then you have like private. Don't we do like this crazy thing we store on S3 and stuff, binary files?
Yeah. So yes, God, this is a while since I've worked on this. I think what we do is for public sandboxes, images and stuff get uploaded to Google Cloud Storage. So we just have those in a bucket. Those just live in a bucket, and we store the URL in the database.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
For private sandboxes, because we actually store the full base 64 encoded file contents in the database.
Yeah.
So that they don't live anywhere outside of our own system.
Yep. Yeah, it doesn't make it less flaky doing this shortcut.
No.
So, but yeah.
No, the shortcut will be flakier.
Yeah.
If
anything. Okay, but that's good to know then.
Yeah, so I do think we need to give careful thought to if this is really like just how worth it this is.
Yeah.
Spend a lot of time on.
Exactly. Cool. But yeah, let's wrap it. I'll wrap it up in an issue and like a discovery issue, and then with that question, is the juice worth the squeeze on this one?
Yes.
But this was very helpful.
Yeah, it's good to get a better understanding, and I'll bring it up with it's so tempted to call AJ and Julianne the back end boys, like the Backstreet Boys. I've fallen down a boy band rabbit hole and I can't get up. But anyway, I'll bring it up with them this afternoon in our planning meeting and update the issue accordingly.
Great stuff. Do you have any questions, JK? We'll talk a lot more about this, but
yeah.
I'll.
For now, I think I'm little clear on the topic.
Cool. Great. But then let's wrap it up, and we'll call you. Don't call us. We'll call you, Sanna.
Well, all right then. See y'all later.
Bye for now.
Bye.
All right. Let's see. It's kind of annoying. I think this worked pretty well. Let me see. Go on the stream. Yeah, there's something weird. Share my screen. Well, I guess it's the same.
So What the
This
API
is
then,
awesome.
in my brain, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna...
But I get this crackling noise on eCam Mac popping noise. I'm trying to understand. And it happens like even if I just play music, and after like 10 minutes or something, I get this popping noise. Live audio issues solved.
They come from the standard. You will start by selecting the input here, and you can add inputs also by clicking plus here. For example, I have also my iPad, so when you have another source, you can have a different audio input there. And you can choose different levels for your sound to be different, especially and because otherwise I had, then you have to go to audio, and then in the broadcast system you have to give it the all the time setting and tweak a little bit. Feel more confident now in overcoming your sound problems and keep.
Yeah. Yeah, I can figure that out later. It's kind of annoying though. Wait, I have to see if I can figure this out now. ECam popping noise from system. It's the system audio that causes this. ECam system audio popping noise. Adjusting sound level. That doesn't help. But I've actually had this issue with other things as well. Buzzing noise. Yeah, I don't think it's eCam. From the church. Okay. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't. Mac M1 multiple audio sources popping noise. Crackling. A memory usage low. Oh. Maybe that's it. It's just me. Okay, maybe it's just it can't deal with it. Because it's the wire analyzing the problem might be usually because of partial tear in the speakers software. It could be memory, like yeah, but even like running Apple Music, it isn't that heavy. Not all are intimate, I'm sure. If you haven't. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. Let's. Play music. Hello. There we go. Let's see. I have When's the next session? Okay, so I'm going to stop streaming so we have about an hour. Let's see what the state of let's see. Okay, so what we're going to do now, we're going to summarize the session and share it with the team. And I'm going to recommend not doing anything about this now because it's such a huge effort. Let's see if I can open the... And then we really need to test this seamless branching because that we want to ship that at least. Yeah. Yes, sorry. So let's yeah, so there are two things we need to do. We need to let's just summarize first. New issue, discovery work, editor team. We want to allow users to can benefit from moving a sandbox to a rep. Users should be able to move a sandbox to a repository. Let's be specific. Cloud sandbox to repository. Users should be able to move a sandbox to a cloud sandbox to a repository. The goal. Why? Isn't that the goal? You know, templates are really hard to... yeah, I don't care about the goal. Discoveries. Well, first of all, let's paste in copy, not as SVG, but oh god damn it. Where is it? Resources. There are two ways to approach this. What the hell? One, we can expose functionality to download all files. All files from VM and update them to V1. This update them to V1 and use the existing V1 endpoint to create the repo and redirect to a new VM. This adds flaky behavior, especially related to binary files, on an already flaky implementation. This would be a faster implementation, but it would introduce new API in picture that breaks its current concept. Downloading all files from a VM is not needed in any other context. But it would introduce this would be a faster and would be very flaky. 2, we create a new endpoint on the API, which does the following. Receives a request to create a repo out of CodeSandbox. Creates repo on GitHub, creates empty repo on GitHub. Converts the CodeSandbox to the default branch of a repository. Sends a new endpoint on Picture Manager, allows API to tell it to push current files of VM to a remote. A new message in Picture runs pushes current files of VM to remote. Picture agent pushes current files of VM to remote and responds with an event to Picture Manager passed to the API. The API immediately starts the new VM for the repo, as it needs to be initialized as a branch. We reusing a sandbox VM to suddenly become branch VM. Will cause issues with the hardware specs, Git related logic, etc. In its current state. API responds to client, and client just redirects to the new URL connecting to the new VM. Recommendation. Because of the complexity of doing this the right way, option 2, and existing and added flakiness of option 1. I argue that the juice is not worth the squeeze on this one for now. This functionality is very rarely used. Functionality is very rarely used, and there are other more important features which should get our attention. Okay, how do I store it? How do I save it? Is it created? What the fuck just happened? How do I... Did something go wrong here, or? Hello. There, save. That's weird. Users should be able to move a CodeSandbox to a repository. There are two ways to approach it. We can identify to approach this. We can expose functionality to download all files from VM, update them to V1, and use existing V1 endpoint to create the repo and redirect to a new VM. This adds flaky behavior, especially related to binary files on an already and private with private public with private public on an already flaky implementation. This will be a faster implementation, but it would introduce new API and feature that breaks its current concept and would be very flaky. We create a new endpoint on the API which does the following. Receives a request to create a repo out of a CodeSandbox, creates empty repo, receives a request to create a repo out of a CodeSandbox, creates empty repo on Github, converts the CodeSandbox to the default branch of a repository. A new endpoint on Picture Manager allows API to tell it to push current files of VM to a remote. New message in Picture agent pushes current files of VM to remote with them to Picture Manager passed to the API. The API immediately starts the VM for the repo as it needs to be initialized as a branch. Reusing a sandbox VM to suddenly become a branch will cause issues with hardware specs, Git-related logic in its current state. API responds to the client, and client just redirects to the new URL, connecting to the new VM. Because of the complexity of doing this the right way, option 2, and the existing and added flakiness of option 1, I argue that the juice is not worth the... The juice is not worth the squeeze on this one for now. This functionality is very rarely used, and there are other more important features which should get our attention. Okay, oops. So let's share that with the team. Create. In short, I argue we should not work on this now because it is a lot of work for a rarely used feature, especially with a lot of work for a rarely used feature. Because it is a lot of work for a feature that is rarely used. Okay, so that was... Let's see if we have... Okay, maybe it's working now. By the way, hi Raman. We were in the middle of a discussion. Yes, and the other thing we have to explore now is still not working. Yes, we need to explore. I've not been part of the GraphQL implementation. I know we have GraphQL in the editor. Did I forget to run the... Oh. I think I forgot to start the application again. Let's just look. We just need to look at files here. Let's see. Where should we start? I'm not sure if we're actually using the... I think this is a separate implementation using GraphQL. Queries, dashboard, sandbox, use change sandbox. Yeah, this is it. Yeah, I don't have enough context for this. I don't know how to I'm not sure if we have, maybe I should just ask. Should we... Should we hi backend. Do we have an endpoint, a REST endpoint to grab the how do we would it make sense on Yeah, I'm worrying about wondering about this team thing. Does it need to be a separate, like, do we? I believe we do not return the team ID on. We return it on sandboxes, but we don't return it on projects related endpoints. Should we maybe add it to the import endpoint? So 2 questions. 1, I believe we do not return a team ID on any project related endpoints. Should we would it make sense to add it to the add it to the import endpoint? Do we have a REST endpoint for grabbing a specific team? This is related to us getting access to trial flags, so we can use that in the editor. By the way, which trial data do we get from the team response? Thank you so much. Hug. Cool. Okay, so now we asked about that, and we have a session later. Overview trials. We're going to take a look at that. And oh. Okay, that's not working. I can't really get we didn't talk about this. we did talk about doing the curl call. We did talk about this, but we do not have any dealing with it. Like the thing I don't like about doing this on the command line of picture is that suddenly it becomes a first class concept of, well, it depends on how we implement it. If we just run the command, but we do not really have dealing with it. We do not have. We did talk about this, but God damn it. But yeah, so what we could do, let's say we just run the command. It even runs a shell in the editor when this happens. Well, that's a bad thing, because that would expose the token. Yeah, but then picture has a first class concept of creating a repo with Github. Adding a protocol, installing the GH tool for every VM. Does not feel right. Would argue it is not how we want it. Would argue it is not ideal. Adding it to the protocol to expose it to the client. We could just run a command from the client. Which is a curl call. Doing the same thing. We also need to deal with the repo already existing, the push failing. Well, I guess we can just return an error. Also need to deal with the repo already existing. The push failing, where a retry would fail on repo already existing. There is a lot of complexity to pushing these files remotely. with option 2, the API has more control of what has happened. Now I'm in this state where I feel we spent way too much time on this already. But then Pusher has a first class of creating a repo with Git into the protocol to suppose it. Installing it for everyone with Argit is not. Also need to deal with the repo of the existing push failing where a reachable file. We also need to deal with any errors occurring on repo creation and pushing files. I'm feeling maybe I'm just being an ass now. I'm being super defensive. So you can be in a state where repo creation worked, but pushing files did not. You know what we could have done? We could have created an extension for this. It's interesting. Carrying on repo creation pushing, so you can be in a state where repo creation pushing files did not. Dealing with this. Our picture has to deal with this as well. Okay, is there any other way we can do this? I know I'm... like we could run it as a task. But it would be difficult to run it as a task. Like we have wasted enough time on this. We have so many important features. Well, that's my perspective. Like, this is tricky because I think we should, like, my point of view was that we should never have done into this. From one perspective, I see that it's important for the unified experience, but it's so unlikely. Well, not unlikely, but there's so few people that's actually going to use this feature as opposed to all the other stuff we've planned. Just discovery. This has been enough time spent on just the discovery of this. Just the time spent on discovery of this is not worth the squeeze. We have so much stuff that can give value to users all the time, as opposed to this one-time thing that rarely is being used. I totally see it from the perspective of a unified experience, but it is not pressing, is it? Do we really want to focus on this now? We can use curl instead of but instead of Github, and we could expose Git attached to remote. Create remote. Or something. Like, the thing is, like, what I think about is, like, does it fit with the concept? And the point is that Pitcher doesn't know about GitHub, and it shouldn't know about GitHub. It knows about Git. So when we do all this third-party specific stuff like GitHub, that's not ideal. We could also just use the GitHub API in the client. To create the repo, and then Pitcher could have a git push remote or similar, which just pushes the current state of a Git to a remote passed by the client. better separation, I think. Question is, are we allowed to create repos on behalf of the... I think we are. We could also just use the GitHub API on the client to create a repo, and Pitcher could have a git push remote or similar, which just pushes the current state of Git to a remote passed by the client. Maybe that is better. Yeah, because the editor knows it's connected to GitHub. Yeah, this is interesting. So what if you're logged in with Gmail? What happens then? Yeah. Maybe we could do that. But I was supposed to write but there. Yeah, maybe we could do that. Maybe that's perfectly fine, because we don't... Yeah, that makes actually quite a bit of sense. I don't quite like the orchestration that the client calls the GitHub API, because that's like a new concept. But you can easily argue that Pitcher should have the possibility to take its current Git state and push it to some remote. That's definitely arguable, and it's not much work. Well, one thing I did not mention is that with option 2, also the sandbox is converted to a repository branch, while any creation on Pitcher client will just add a repository, and the sandbox stays. Which might be okay. Oh, this is interesting. If it is going to work from the dashboard, we definitely have to go for option 2, which is a lot of work. with an additional might be, not sure if that if it's going to work from there, we definitely have to go for option 2. Adding to the context, it also needs to work from the dashboard. Interesting. Yeah, this is interesting. It needs to work from the dashboard as well. Then we're basically forced to do it through the API. It's a lot of work. Yeah, I'm afraid we're being what's it called? You know, you want to do something and then you discover that, oh shit, there's a lot of work, and then you just do it because you intended to do it. And then you, like, it's really hard to reset. Oh my god, this is so if there is an additional way inspired by user's comment, we could just create the repo using the GitHub API in the editor directly. Add a new git push to remote protocol message request, which just takes current state of Git and pushes to a remote. This should be a very quick implementation, but we are not, but it will not work from dashboard. The sandbox is not converted to the default branch of the repository. Why can't we create? Um, um, I would, yeah. What about using a shell, but risk of exposing private data, and also just the UX of suddenly a shell popping up doing some work. But yeah, no matter. But yeah, no matter. We seem to find something with just create an empty repository. There is something yeah. We have had issues creating repositories. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like, that's a risk no matter. Just create an empty repository through API. Push current git state to remote. But thinking we should not actually set an upstream, because this sandbox will stick around. And now would be connected to an upstream. But thinking we should not stay, but thinking we need to reset upstream. Yeah, but I guess if it means like adding to reset upstream after push, because we do not want the sandbox to stay in this state, as we do not remove the sandbox. Create empty the repo. Empty repo, new endpoint. Ah, god damn it. Create the empty repo, new endpoint. Ask pitcher to push current state to remote. I would argue we do not want the sandbox to suddenly have a new upstream. I would argue we want to reset the upstream after pushing to bring the sandbox back into local state, as we are not removing it, and the user might try to again create a repo for some reason. What I do not like here is that repo creation might succeed, but pushing remote might fail. The user might now be in a the user is now in a state yeah, but you can argue that no matter. Or pushing remote might fail. We do not have any information about the user try to use the UX of suddenly shell pulling up doing some work. Not ideal, but yeah, no matter, we seem to find some way. Create empty repo on new endpoint as picture to push current state. I would argue we want to reset upstream after pushing to bring the sandbox back into local state. There is a risk that there are states here where the user creates a repo, but files are not pushed remotely. There are states here where the user creates a repo, but files are not pushed remotely, where they have to create a new repo. We can allow the user to try again, but after a refresh, we have no information about the repo created. Maybe not a big deal, but just highlighting that it is a state. As featured to push current state to remote. I would argue we want to reset upstream after pushing to bring the sandbox back into a local state. As we are not removing it, as we're not removing the sandbox. There are states where the user creates a repo files and push remote. We can allow the user to try again, but after a refresh we have no information about the repo created. Maybe not a big deal, but just highlighting that it is a state. It is a state. Okay, so maybe we are getting somewhere here. Push to remote, putting the sandbox back in its local state. in case user would try to do the same for another repo. This should be a very quick implementation, but it will not work for that. It's not going to tell from the repository, which might be confusing. There are states where repo is created, but files are not pushed, but unlikely. Can you push to remote like without git push to remote with different name? Git push origin my branch. We're still not getting stream up and running. It's kind of annoying. Okay, but I think I'm going to stop the stream. But yeah, thanks for following along. It was a fun session with doing the Zoom call. And yeah. Create empty repo on you. Ask Richard to push current state. Or run some command that exposes a stale. Is really not tied. Cool. Okay. Bye for now.